Needs bushes. That's what I think. Wonder if this doesn't work. Needs bushes. That's what I think. Why does the blinking not work? Should work. Weird. Wait. It should work, but it doesn't. I don't know why. I think I know why. There. Now I know why. This is always a tricky part. Shrubs. There's supposed to be clingy vines. Yeah. just doesn't fit. Sad but true. Not building fantasy. Ooh. This kind of grass, so kind of it. Oops. That was definitely the wrong button. Don't really want them to look like they're floating. Either gonna stick into the ground or they're gonna float, apparently. Nope. It's gonna float like I don't think so. This is the hardest part, is to kind of figure out what to do in the back. You don't... Yeah, there's trees and stuff, but this is very open. I always find it too open. Or maybe that's just me being stupid. It could very well be. The rocks are weird. The rocks were like a lighter blue. That's weird. Hmm. You just sneak flowers in the back there, it would be kind of cool. I, for some reason, cannot make tool work. Probably something I'm doing wrong, so 100% something I'm doing wrong. Those are big balls. That's really very big. They kind of do not fit. And they just look kind of out of place. In their own weird way. Those are just flowers. Yep. Might work. I can kind of sneak some layers in there. Just looks a bit odd. Nope, that will not work. These I think are. Hey Becky. Becky. Oh, Becca. Sorry. Brain's not fully functioning. I'm kinda just doing something like this. Like a Valentine's Day build-ish idea. Somewhere to take your Valentine Sims for screenshots. Nothing more than that. Bosscat just woke up as well, I see. See if he stays or if he goes. So I'm trying to figure this out. It's always tricky. How are things over there? You aren't snowing away, are you? You're not in the snowy part of the States at all? Yeah, come on, we have to have a boss kit cam. You even get washing sessions if you're lucky. He's not always there though. I mean, he's a cat after all. So you're lucky. They're a bit big. Very cold, but no snow. Well, I hope it doesn't get too cold for too long. For you guys. I mean, is it Destin that has had the snowstorms and everything? Yeah, it's Des, isn't it? You guys are stealing all our cold. We don't have proper cold here. We had minus 14 degrees on Tuesday, then plus 6 degrees yesterday, and rain. Yay! We don't want rain, we want snow. With this. Snowstorm last week. Do they even look right? They do kind of look right. Do they? No, they don't. I need to go up a bit. Yeah, that's typical though, isn't it? Rain and hello, ice. Just to make sure that if you dare go out, you're gonna fall on your butt. That looks kind of nice. New England weather is fun, yeah. That's a bit like Norway weather at the moment. We have that as well. It's like we had 10 centimeters of snow last weekend, and then we had plus degrees and a bunch of rain. Now we have ice. Of course we have ice. Why wouldn't we have ice, right? And those work. I think those work. Yeah. Do I have something nice to place here somewhere? Me and my Alpha CC. Does it actually come here? There's this one, which is kind of nice. Had him swinging over water. No, I'm kidding. I'll put it there for now. Like, one thought. Yeah, that is something they should add. I mean, the closest you get is this. That's a tab in-game build camera, but you can't toggle this into live mode. Which I don't really get why. I mean, you can toggle the time, but you can't show anything. So this is evening mode. But yeah, it would be really nice if you could just toggle on a sort of build live mode so you could see how it looked without everything on it. It would be really, really good. The water decorations. See, do these actually work? They do. Or are they actually... Wait, they're underwater? No, they're not. They're under the duck. Or are they underwater? They look like they're underwater. Nah, they're on top of the water. In general, yeah, it would be very nice to be able to see... Ooh, that one went underwater. No, it didn't. Yeah, I would really approve of that, but as we know, those things aren't important to The Sims, you know. Not the gurus and not EA, because that doesn't make them money. Come on, stop that. In general, you should be able to toggle live mode on while you play, because it would let you check without anything. I mean, yeah, sure, this is okay, but you can still see everything. You get an idea. But, I don't know. Imagine being able to put a little waterfall there. I think I'm able to. Yeah, it's not the same. I agree. That's a little bit harsh, isn't it? So, on Tuesday we get to see the movie for the new and fancy pack. Oh, that should be fun. Not that I have anything. Not that I really need it. Especially not pay for it, but... I'm trying to remember where everything is. This is cute. It's very, very white. I don't think I'll be excited for it anyway. Sims kind of lost that effect the last few years. I'm not really excited. I can be positively surprised, I guess. But from what I saw, and especially for me, it is stereotypical what I think is American wedding. Like the rehearsals, that's not very known here. It feels very foreign to me. Bachelor parties and bachelorette parties, we do have those. But like rehearsal dinner, rehearsal stuff in the church, not really. Maybe you go there and you check the church and you see it once, but you don't really rehearse the entire thing. So what little I read was like most of it felt very, very strange and very foreign compared to what we're used to here. At least my friends' weddings have been very different. So it's hard to get excited, literally. Which is sad. I miss being excited for The Sims. I really do. It feels so long ago that you were like, oh my god, a new pack in The Sims, yay! Now it's more like, oh, okay. There's a new pack in The Sims coming. We'll see. Yeah. In general, I mean, wedding has been in The Sims. Why do we have to pay $30 for it? Or whatever it is. When you convert it to my money, I think it's 300 Norwegian kroner, so it's about the same. I hope maybe they put some in the base game update, like slow dance, that kind of stuff. But yeah, from the looks of the pictures, I'm not so sure. And it's just a rumor that there's a new world coming with it. And I struggle with being excited for that as well, which is quite sad, really. I really wish I could be excited for that. Sims items don't really fit within all of this, but we maybe like a dark blue bird tree. Or no. Yeah, I think they explained that one. They said it was because if they only had like big worlds, it would be the requirements on people's computers would go up too much, too fast. So to make more different worlds for us, they have chosen to give us smaller worlds so that we could have pretty worlds. That makes any sense? Like, they make them smaller and prettier, but also that's to kind of keep it within the recommended, within the recommended PC specs that most people apparently have. They're catering to potatoes? Yeah, they're catering to potatoes. Yes, please stop catering to potatoes. And fix the build bug. Come on. I would have loved it if they did that. They really need to fix this thing. Because this is not a potato, it should not struggle at all. Let's see if we can use some of the... like have a little kitty. Okay, get it up. Use some of the deco sims for fun. Might have to fix that later. I think it will go... that was the wrong one. Yeah, it will go in. We'll lift it up and I'll fix it with the tool later. Does it fit though? Little sleepy cat. Cats always fit. Yeah, stop catering to potato machines. That would be lovely. I don't know. Does that actually look like a puppy? Yeah, I get kinda. Also looks a little weird. Hey CK! I have the red shelf, but I just go in with tool in live mode later and tweak it down then. We can move everything with tool, but I cannot make it work in build mode. And I'm good, CK. How are you doing? Are you doing well? We have a cat. You must like me. So yeah, I fix it that way. I should have the build mode too, but I've never kinda got it to work. I probably need to read up on it. Yeah, I just fix it in live mode later. I go in and I lower them down again, which works quite good. See, can I find cats? Or maybe I should just search for the creator. We'll see. But the new lag in the build swaps, that's kind of bad. That's not a deco cat, you dumb bum. That's the Maltese puppy. Cute though. Oops. fading thing also needs to be gone. You ask me. I even have no fading on, and as you can see, they still fade. When you get like this, even in build mode, it can fade. Which is just, ugh. I got a mod in that, at least in live mode, I think, stops it from fading most of the time, but not all of the time. It still struggles. So it's a little bit sad, honestly. But yeah, it's just, why does it need to fade? It should be an option. Another thing that should be an option in here. Which you can't click right now because the game is gonna hang because I pressed something in build. It should be game options and say other. I don't really, or graphics. No fade. None. Bye bye. The edge smoothing is back on. That it really matters. It should be off. Yeah, you have to like go like this all the way out and then link in. And in general, there should be much more things you can choose. That way they could keep their potato players and keep their other players and make everyone happy. Kind of. I think I still have that one. This is just for poses if you want them to though. You sneak it in. Haha, have a cow. Head cow. I don't think this is actually functioning. If I remember it correctly, it isn't. There's like so much things I feel they could easily fix if they just wanted to. Thing is, they would have to want to. Nope. Like this, I mean, it shouldn't be this hard to make a fence. Then why can't I put the fence here? That's not outside the boundary of the lot. It's inside. Honestly, that pisses me off. Really, really annoys me. I mean, seriously, it's not outside of the lot. Yeah, I know, right? I don't get it. Why is this outside of the lot? It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's, I see, this one is outside the lot. But this shouldn't be outside. This should be inside. Which is annoying. It really, really pisses me off. It's like they've taken out the basics that were good in the other games and they've just shoved in mediocre stuff. And since we all buy their mediocre stuff, I guess we're telling them they can keep doing it. You fit fairly nicely, why wouldn't you? But oh well. Yeah, it's EA. It's definitely EA. You can see it in their other games as well. Not surprising. Sad, but not surprising. I would like to have you over here too. There's a tree you can place there. That's not outside a lot. The build mode has started to lag quite badly with the latest update, but that's something on their to fix list, so I guess, yeah. We'll see what they do with it, I guess. I mean, I didn't play Sims 2, I know. Shame on me. But at the time, I really didn't like it. It's one of very few I've learned later. And then we can blame World of Warcraft for never really getting it. Yeah, I can say. But they also put that in the bug list, that it's apparently something new. I'm not sure I'd call that grass. Maybe? I don't know. It seems more like flowers. I'm just checking that my TV doesn't kick in on the microphone, but it seems okay. They also said in the, what do they call it again? The laundry list, that they wanted to check especially lag when you swap to and from build mode, but also in, I think. Not sure about the in though. No, not sure about that one. Yeah, it's more like yikes. Yikes and a half. Yikes and 2/3. I have something here. This part where you choose between this, there's a lag there that came in their last stuff. Oh, you do, CK? Thank you. We'll see what we end up with. It's just a little lot for screenshots, taking your Sims 2 and do some screenshots and stuff. Do we want horses here, maybe? We could have horses. Since the game doesn't have them, of course, we do have them as deco horses. Oh, this is the game I would love to try and figure out how to take buildings and objects from Final Fantasy into this game and make like fancy builds. That would be so much fun. Because I do really love fantasy, so it would be insanely fun to have Final Fantasy in it, of course. Kind of comes with being a Final Fantasy fan. Let's see, we can try horses. I think they're separate. Let's see. Let's try horses. No. Get your butt back here. I know it's doable, I just don't know. Should be here though. Horses, but horse. Of course. We even have reins for them. Very small pen for a horse though, which of course is not something I like. I would like them to have much bigger, but yeah, we're not gonna put just not a lot that makes it for much bigger. We could make it a little bigger. We could follow this. That's just me being me, because I don't like doing too small. That still really annoys me. Oh, we don't want to ride along right now anyway. Let's go back here. This is Sims 4 and yes. So, yeah. I would love to have models in this. Ugh, come on, game. That lag is silly. I think that feels a little bit more like a horse-friendly area. Could maybe... But before I forget, I will just do a very quick be right back because I need to make lunch and have that. And more painkillers. In half an hour, the painkiller that is, not before. But I'll just grab my lunch and I'll be really quickly right back and I will leave you with the nice music. Sorry, Mr. Dentex, you came just as I wanted to go get my lunch. I have now got no lunch, I've got an extra drink. So I shouldn't be able to need to leave for a while. How are you doing? You doing okay? I feel like we need like a barrel or something here. We'll get to it, we'll get to it. Horse. Since horses apparently didn't work. Since this game, for some odd reason, does not have horses, which is even worse. Oh, we cheat. We have horse statues instead. One day, though. One day, they will bring it in. I hope. On Winky Frog? Winky Frog? What is a Winky Frog? We're going to post it in the Discord server, but you didn't. Well, you should. Because now I wonder what the Winky Frog is. I need to know. We need to know what it is. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I am glad it looks cool. Let's see. Do we need more barrels? Not just barrels. Maybe this. Oh, that's too big. We can hide that back here though. Maybe move this tree just a little. That water looks so... You think it looks horsey? A frog that winks. Well, of course it's a frog that winks. No, not that one. Maybe this one would be... Sure. Nah. The water is just so blue. I think it looks horsey. It does look horsey though. We'll give it that. Not much to do about it. It's supposed to look a little bit horsey. Maybe we'll let the cat come up instead. And have a barrel cat. Yeah, a barrel cat works. Have slightly different colors on them. That was way too bright. I kind of like those two colors. As you can see, my cat doesn't really care. You like trains? Invisibarrel, yes. The flower arranging table. It's kind of fancy. this actually would work with this. I don't think it pops automatically. You can try. Does it pop like that? Yeah, Luna's a good kitty. Kind of sleepy kitty, but a good kitty. And I'm happy he likes him. I like him too. I do. Don't have a... Can he be... Maybe we should make this a loon cat. Is it possible? No, it isn't. Maybe it should be grey. Grey cat on the black barrel. Or... strange colored cat. This one. Stop with that. Fair game. Quit it. I think that one is better. It's just me. Capsize. Oh wow, that was big. That was much bigger than I thought it would be. So is this. Makes you wonder what he just saw. What? He always wonders what I'm doing if I'm turning the camera after him. There we go. Apparently something moved outside and he had to check what it was. Orange and black cat, yeah. No, he didn't want to be there anymore. Might come back though. Eyeballs. Yeah, I know. But he's a cat. They tend to go by when they want to. He might return though. Probably just gonna get something to drink. We'll see. He doesn't need to be there. Not quite. Oh yeah. One of these things. There's so much stuff though. That I don't remember half of what I have. Guess that's kind of normal. Oh, that's Max's. Let's see. Decorations. Just to see what we have in the plant department. That does not fit at all. Just what the? Oh, that. Why is that under plants? Why are deco sims under plants? They're not plants. Come on. Reindeer garden. This is me. I don't know half the CC I have. Keep downloading stuff that other people uses in their builds, and I've never really seen it outside of that build. That's looking okay. We'll figure something here, actually. I was thinking like an area here would be a picnic area. Yeah, I mean, cats are like that. They will do exactly what they want to do when they want to do it, and nothing else. I think I still have that old log. This one. A log with a blanket. a little bit tricky on the colors. Let's see. Log table. Log table. Oh, that's a. That looks like a tooth. Come on. I mean that does look like a tooth. Even when you make it smaller, it still looks like a tooth. That did not look like a table at all. Still on display. Tooth that got cut, yeah. That is what it felt like. I mean, seriously, that's a tooth. Even with like rotting ends down there, look. That's gonna cause a lot of icing in that tooth. That's all I'm gonna say. Ecologs. Yeah. No. That's like a dentist's worst nightmare. Dentist chair. Oof. Imagine being like, you're afraid of the dentist and that's the chair they show you in the waiting room. You'd run. Pretty sure most of us would just go nope and go poof. Bye bye. Bye. Run away. Do we have something nice? We have these. Maybe this is where we picnic rug. It doesn't fit. Picnic basket. Maybe. No, it really doesn't. Nope. Nay. This is also the fancy thing. Oops. My attention. Sorry. This is like, this blanket is a little bit higher. See? So if you put something in it, it will actually cut through it. It's very easily spotted if you use this tool. You'll see it's actually floating. Luckily, you can also fix this with live mode or live mode. What would you say there though? Would you say live mode? That you play in live, or live mode, as in living? Because that's apparently a thing. People do not agree on what to call it. Is this up too? Oh. Oh, that's grounded. That's okay. In living, so live mode, not live mode. I've always said live because the game is live in a way, which of course might be completely wrong. You know, me too. I've seen both live and live. sneak on close. I'm sure I had more picnic stuff somewhere. Probably not tagged as picnic. Meow. According to my cat, it's meow. Does it float? It probably floats. No? It doesn't. Ooh. Nice. I think it's because, at least me, I'm used to the you go live. Not go live, but in a way, because this is a sim. It's a live sim. So it should actually be live mode. When you think of it that way. Maybe I need a tray. See, I think we have some trays. That's bamboo tray, that's kind of tiny. These are cute though. Like to not have your food on the ground kind of deal. My cat is like going in, going out. Yes, decision issues. Apparently. Sure. No, that kind of looks like meat. Sorry. I know it's supposed to look like something else, but it really didn't. I don't think so. No. That's more different time of year, I guess. Same with mulled wine, really? Any garden tray? No. That's not such a big thing though. It looks huge. I mean, it really looks huge. Starbucks? No, not really. Cat is disagreeing with something. I don't know what it is. Kom da! Tøysepus, du klarer å finne veien inn her. Ja, det klarer du helt fint. Ja. Like, I can't open the door. Opens the door and comes in. See? I can't open the door. Fully capable of opening the door. Cats, right? Silly little beings. He comes in, he runs back out again. Just has to tell me that he cannot open the door. Then he opens the door. What do you think you're here though? But yeah, the life of being owned by a cat is like, meow, let me in. Meow, let me out. Meow, okay, we get it. We grasp the conversation here. We know. It's basically fix everything for me. Do it. That book will also probably maybe need to be fixed. No, I don't think so. Oh, it fit. Good. Nice. Could like make an outdoor bed canopy with this. Magazine books? This is what I mean. This is a general issue in all of Sim stuff. Why is this so big? Maybe it isn't so big, but it just feels really, really big. No. That's bread and cheese, I'm pretty sure of it. I think that's what's gonna go. We have an owl. Owl is also pretty big when you look at it, but owls are big. I've seen owls, they are actually quite big. Maybe later, not right now. That wasn't what I was looking for. Not quite sure what that is. Bag. Leaves. Which is more used for autumn. And where's the food? Chicken dish. No, not quite what I was thinking of bringing. This one is cute though. It kind of works for any season because it's lights. We'll find lights somewhere else. Christmas garland. I have a lot of Christmas stuff, I admit it. Lots and lots of Christmas stuff. We'll see if I finish it today. I'll try, at least. We'll see. But I'll put pictures in the Discord of how far I come. Enjoy your breakfast. Oh. Like I'm looking at my half of my CC, figuring out, oh, what was it? Christmas. Not quite sure where they're hiding all of the food deco stuff. Bye. I figured it was bye. Hey, Poos. Kitty has returned. Might return to bed. Not sure if. Nope. Apparently he misjudged that and missed the window. That means he's trying to get. Yep. He's now sitting behind the screens looking out. We'll see. He normally finds his bed again soon enough. There's like a little light tree. This is my biggest problem with a lot of CC. I don't really know if it's clutter, if it's under miscellany. Because I don't think you find it here. You can go show all, of course. When I try and search for it, don't remember their short names. I guess we could actually cheat that. Let me check something. I go there. Ah, so that's their short name. Maybe that will help us search, or help me search, actually. It's more correct. I know I can't do that now, can I? No, I can't. E-Y-A-S. Let's see. E-A. No. E-Y-A-S. No, did not help at all. Difficult enough. Cheetah. Just by the name, right? Damn it. I was really hoping that would work. It doesn't seem so. Because that's what they're, the ones I'm looking for, what they're called. Wonder what they're hiding under. Valentine. Maybe we can search for Valentine. We need a teddy bear, don't we? A big heart teddy bear. That should help. At least a little. Valentine's pillows. Aww, that that cuts into it. That's a shame. Oh well. The heck go. Valentine's bear. Valentine bear. Valentine chocolate. That's very big chocolate box. Those would take up like a half a box and then some. Maybe this is where I need the shelf. Let's see. These are just cheats. Look. See if it works. Now my lunch is also ready to be eaten. Yay! Some people make breakfast, other people have lunch. Lullaby plushy giraffe. Why does that come up with Valentine though? Baby small, like. Plop, 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 plop. Squidgy sound. Yep, noodles. Blue. Red is actually better. What the? Donuts? Okay. Real healthy. That seems like a very big plate again. Mailbox. That's the carpet being lower than or higher than the actual ground. So if I put that, it will be higher as well. Another bear. Another photo frame. I don't know why the nursery stuff comes up though. Feels kind of like you should have a blanket under here. But they have one, I think. Should also eat this before it gets cold. Like outdoors and rugs are kind of weird. Maybe that's one. That's a fluffy rug. Not a proper rug for food, no. If you ask me. No, that's a very bovine rug. If we do maybe that. Because that just seems like a small thing to put your food in. Which kind of works. I mean, instead of just putting your food on the ground. Maybe we'll find some here. Bench decor and you find out what the heck. Of course, a cat. Well, I wouldn't be surprised though. I mean, cat. Does that mean no kitties are everywhere? Jeez. We will add some more cats because we have cats over at the little farm area over there. Ooh. So we'll add some more cats and stuff. This seems somewhat buggy. Maybe we'll do it like that instead, actually. We can fix more stuff here later. Do this. Look, small owl. Sleepy owl. Labrador. I have a lot of deco pets because I use the shelter part of my story, so there's a lot of deco animals that I can use instead of bringing in game animals that will break poses and run around. The likelihood of there being a cat here is big. Look, we can have Loon. Loon sitting right there. Boss cat. In the spirit of who the king of this stream is, we'll leave it there. These are actually quite nice. Lots of kitties. Toy dragon. Double candle. Odd. Triple candle. Dog. Christmas tree. Mojito. What is that? Oh, small lights. I see. More Christmas stuff. Seasoning. Solstice cherries on a cutting board. Cherries are good, but cutting board on a pick? I don't think so. Wine press. Goblet. This is nice though. Maybe the cat will have to move. Sorry, kitty. Floating. I think that is very nice, right? I think it's very nice, so. Holiday fruitcake, that to me feels very Christmassy. Need some more trees in here eventually. Decorative bird cage. I have so much stuff. I admit it. Nice. Christmas pillows, Christmas presents, gifts, cakes. Portable record player. Very old style portable record player. like have that in the back here for surprising your loved one. I wonder if I can do this. Nope. See if we have something we want to use. No. I have to do this with it to make it fit somehow. Nah. Nope, not that. Not for this anyway. Maybe for another build later on. Chest of drawers. Oh yeah, that's the Ghibli set. Maybe I should put that in there somewhere. Oh, I should. I really should. The cherries bag I would love to have. I would really love to have it inside of this bag, but I don't think that's working. Well, just be that way. Latte. That's cool. So I'm thinking this would actually be a very cool spot to do a small Ghibli set. Might have to go find the rest of the CC though. Not sure if this fits. It's a bit big. I love this. It doesn't fit here, but it's very, very pretty. Yeah, I'll have to go get the rest of the CC for... I know there's a collab going for it. So there's more. Didn't I see some earlier as well? take a reclutter. Paper clutter. Where's the the thing it's supposed to stand on though? Probably somebody else made it, so we're gonna have to go download some CC. But I'll do that later. Sure, I saw some colors and stuff that was also Ghibli inspired, right? Oh, did I see it? I wonder if it was like this. I don't think so, but we can sneak it like that for now. We're just gonna... Okay, we're all the way up. Just look for whatever Ghibli is left and I'll go check for more Ghibli stuff when I feel I'm done for today. I don't really know what to do with it, but that's the... like a hat. I remember it from the movie. I'm a huge fan of Ghibli Studios. So there's our paint palette. I'm gonna make this a little Ghibli corner. Just need to figure out who she did the collab with, which I can find. And when I do, I'll make this a little Ghibli corner. There's so much pretty stuff. Yes. I'm just gonna leave it very messily over at the corner for now. I'm gonna go back, all the way back here. It's very strange that that didn't come up. And I searched it earlier. That doesn't really fit. That floats, I'm sure of it. Of course it does, it's on the thing, so it doesn't actually float. Looks decent enough to me. Really wish I could pop something in there, but apparently it doesn't want to. Makes you wonder if you should do this picnic basket instead. Of course it doesn't fit in the same space. Why would it? That would make things easy, right? Now to spruce up a bit around it, a bit boring, isn't it? we're gonna use that one, to be honest. We want to try these. I don't think so. Not these. Is it called log? Is it called log? I don't remember. Eesh. It's not always easy being Norwegian, trying to figure out what things might be named in a different language. I think it might be a log. We'll see. There's probably both food decorations and others, but yeah. Boglog, not quite what I was thinking. Finishing this eating quickly. No. Is it cold now? Easy lunch noodles. Easy peasy. Not sure about these. These are like odd to me. That's a bit weird. As is that, really? These are kind of nice though. You just bop some in there. Thank you. I shall try my best. It's a very relaxing thing to do, which fits me very well today. You have a nice day then, CK. Enjoy whatever you're going to do. Oh, that's gonna make it red, isn't it? Yep, that's gonna make it red. I like relaxing. I guess that's why. It's just, there's no point in stressing, especially when doing something. Doing this, this is more decorating than building. Going to make coffee? Yep. Enjoy your shower, enjoy your coffee, and prep stuff and things. I'll see you another time. to have a good day. Missing monographs. Oh. Just have to sneak it up a bit. Oops, that's a little too far up, I think. A bit big. It's a bit wonky. A little bit wonky. Oh. Well, I don't know how to do that. I wish you best of luck with it, but for me it's like I don't like stressing, so I try my best to be calm in streams as well. You need to find someone to make models for you. I'm guessing that's quite expensive though, right? To find someone who does it for you? At least I would assume so. Does this work? Little area there, I think. Maybe? I have no idea. I would just kind of imagine it to be expensive. Because art is expensive and making models, I guess, would be a type of art, right? And art is super expensive, so that is why I would guess it would be quite expensive. But I also do not know. Yay, frog image! I'm gonna go check. Frog image on Discord. Where's Discord? Frog. Froggy frog. Ooh, hey, that's a cute frog with very red eyes. I like it. Aw, and it winks. That is cute. I like it. It's a good frog. A winking good frog. All the winks, yes. I mean, it feels like it's a cheeky frog. And like, hi. Let's give you that wink. That's the feeling the frog gave. It's a cheeky frog. Definitely a cheeky frog. That's so dense. Why? Creeping thorns? No, we don't want creeping thorns. This is like cover. Okay. I think it might fit like just like a little bit of cover behind there. Yeah. I like it. Oh, I like it, which is pretty much all that matters. Yeah, you've made yourself a squeaky frog. No, cheeky frog. A very cheeky frog. I like it. Yeah, but it was like this really cheeky wink. Like, he knows he's got it. He knows he's a handsome frog. He knows you're looking at him for a reason. I love it. It's an awesome frog, honestly. Absolutely an awesome frog. Cheeky frogs are the best frogs. This color. Ooh, that's a bigger version of that one. I think I want some of that one. Just testing it out because I've never really tried it before. Ooh. Look at all the pretty flowers in it. I like it. Does it have different colors? Yes, it does. Ooh, blue. Makes a cool effect. I like it. Yeah, let's bring in a couple more rocks because it's kind of empty over there. I'm jumping between stuff, I know. Apparently that is part of my creative process. Didn't know I had one, but it would seem I do. Group of wild rocks. Maybe we'll shrink it a bit. Whoa! Well, that's a slightly big rock. Ever so slightly. Still don't quite understand this one. I like this one though. You are my sunshine. Gonna like sneak that into the rocks. You are my sunshine. Not sure what to do here. We'll have to think. Fiddle about with it. Not sure we're gonna keep those. I just wanted to test them. Maybe just have them like this. Shaped rock. If I saw this in like a fantasy game, look at this. Like the difference between this rock and those ones. Even though it fits there, my first feeling if this was an MMO or an RPG was that rock's special. That rock has something extra. There's loot there. I'm sure of it. That would be so me. I do like it though. Just doesn't really fit with any of the other rocks we're using, so it's a little bit sad. Can't go there. Maybe... no, that's sand. It's a slightly off color as well. Not sure. It just feels so off. Just a bit of a shame because it's kind of cool. Lure it in the back here. No. It kind of goes with these, I think. If you look, yeah. It fits very nicely with those. So they're probably from the same set. Medium boulder. Nope. That actually looks a little bit like a frog. It's so dark. This is so weird. Those are huge flowers. These are kind of my go-to for a lot of stuff. I like how they look and how they work. See? Looks quite good. Of course, you easily see that. Wait, this is actually quite cool. Oh, that was the wrong button on my keyboard. Luckily, normally it saves for me, so it should be good. Move that down. Hello. And thank you for the raid. Hi, Angelum. Did you make somebody raid me again? And if so, thank you muchly and welcome in raiders. We're just misclicking a button on our keyboard and got ourselves kicked out of our own bit. Yeah, this is what we are working on. He doesn't believe this is Sims. Oh, you were promised a cat. Yeah, I'm sorry, he's currently not here. He was here earlier, promise. And he's also deaf, so I can't really call for him. You don't believe this is Sims? Okay, why isn't this Sims? I'm sorry, Angelum. I'm sorry. I can probably sneak him in here if you give me like 2 minutes. He'll be really, really pissed at me, but I can try. Give me 2 minutes. I will not make you a liar, Angelum. 2 seconds. Be right back. I provide one kitty. There you go. Here you go. One cat. Just had to go get him. Hey, Dree. Thank you for the eat. He was sleeping, and I lured him out with goodies. The sneaky way to bring your cat. Det var så var. Det var ikke mer. Tomt. Cat's like, where's more? Can I have more? That's his favorite treats. I lured him from the living room and in. No, you're welcome. It's fun. Let's see. Isa makes written stories, uses sim mods, photos, etc. Yeah, I do. We can hop out and I can show. Do you want me to show the Sims? I can if you want, Angelum. Yeah, but this is... A lot of this is called Alpha CC, like this section here. Most of this is very high poly stuff. So yeah, we can pop out. Legge seg der I pussen. Ja, leggepuss. I guess I can just show them here. My cat's background isn't working. I'm not sure why. But yeah, these are my Sims. They're mainly alpha. He wouldn't want to stay. At least he came to say hi. Bribed by candy. And as you can see, these are dragons. He's a star dragon. He has a more human form though, which is this one. And these are adopted children that they have right now. Story-wise, they haven't gotten this far, but they will eventually adopt children. And he also has... That's just crying. He has wings. I do believe they're ported from other games. And yeah, they have different styles. I also have his dragon form as a statue in the game. It's a large dragon. So it's kind of your fantasy kind of deal. These are the two Sims that started the story. I did a Sim Bachelor with this guy, who is a, story-wise, he is a Reaper. So he's one of many who deal with taking people when they die. He was looking for love and he ended up falling in love with this one, which is a dragon, an old nature dragon. So it looks like the serpent dragons in World of Warcraft. I have those as well. I can show them on the lot I'm building. I can bring them in there. I have a lot of dragons. They also have horns. He does not have wings though. And this guy is also a merman. His original race before he died. You're gonna go do life by cake. Ooh, by cake. Cake is good. But yeah, this is a lot of CC, as you can see. Thank you for the raid and have an absolute awesome day with cake. Because clearly there's cake there. Cake is good. Yeah, well, cake is always good. But yeah, it's a lot of CC. As you said, Angelum. Lots and lots of CC. That's why they look so different. Yeah, that's a sparkling tattoo. But there you have. Lots of my family have dragon stuff. And lots of dragon stuff. That tail though. But yeah, I'll hop in here. I can show you the dragons that I have. I can bring them in. I've always loved dragons, so bringing them into a story and twisting it and working on it and kind of making your own lore and then find other people and from vampires to dragons, yeah. I love vampires too, but dragons are fun. Dragons are more fun. and not so afraid of this one. But yeah, we have, let's see. No, not M, N. Yeah. Build and buy lag is harsh. They have 3 different dragons they've taken out of other games and ported into this game, which is something I would love to learn. This is one of them. We have not met this type of dragon in my game yet, but in my story, but eventually we will. Because this is pretty darn cool. Now if Sims made these kind of dragons for our game, we would be happy. Yes, we would. That's one. It has different stances, colors. They're basically really, really big statues. We also have a phoenix, taken from Terra, I believe. And there are actually people who's made poses for this one, so it can look like your sim is flying it, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, the phoenix is gorgeous, and it has a lot of colors. I can show you. Maybe comes in quite a lot of colors. So yeah, the phoenix is really, really nice. Let's see. And like I told you, the World of Warcraft dragon. For anyone who's played, yeah, meow dude. For anyone who's played World of Warcraft, you will recognize this one. So this is what I really want to learn to do from Final Fantasy, to grab items and stuff like this, so I can add it in my Sims game. It would be so cool. Of course, this one also comes in quite a lot of colors. Yeah, Pandaria was not loved by a lot, but I didn't mind it too much. It's a very peaceful place, I agree. And they also, for instance, I think this is from Golden Blade, so you can kind of use... They've converted a lot of really, really cool stuff. This is one of the first ones I found from her. It's just a statue, yeah. The Abyss Dragon. Everything can be sold over a bear or something good to drink or eat. I think these were some of the first she did. The more angry dragons, I guess. But look, they did make this one, which is the Dragon Light from Final Fantasy XIV, so it's possible. I just need to figure out and slowly and steadily learn. Because it's really, really cool. I love it. I love it in Final Fantasy, I love it in Sims. I want more. See if we can find... Yeah, this is the dragon that my star dragons are. As you can see, they're not exactly small. And their wings actually shine when it's dark. I can actually show that. I think it will show. Oh. No, it doesn't show properly. Will it? Yeah, you can see. There comes the shine in the wings. The night shine. So these are the dragons I have in my stories. Some of them at least. These are the star dragons. It's a big dragon. And with the use of tool, I for instance can take this one, which of course when you place it, it's very low. But with the mod called tool in live or live mode, depending on what you want to call it, you can lift it up so it's far above stuff and like have it all over the water flying to something. That's just a nice cheat. But this one also has like a lot of fighting, walking. It also has poses that can be used with it. Yeah, these are big dragons. Not your... Yeah, it comes in very handy. But without the tool mod, they would never really be flying anywhere. But with the tool mod, you can elevate them up to very high. This is where you see their wings really shine. When you get it like this. It gives a very fancy look at different ways Sims could have been if they dared. But that is a pretty cool dragon. We're just gonna have to do this, because that was pretty cool. So yeah. Sadly there are no dragons in Sims, but at least I can cheat. Now I can go back to working on this. No dragons here. Not this time anyway. But if I learn it at some point, I will start to convert Final Fantasy stuff to this game, because I would love to have some of it. Build and buy items. Some of the world items, especially from the last thingy-mabob that my brain now really don't remember what it's called. Nothing here can be selected. I don't remember which one I used. That one? Nope. No. Nope. That's like close, but no cigar. That's fatter. Literally fatter. Is it this time? Nope. Nope. I need to figure out which one I used. Which is harder than you think when you've completely forgotten where you were. Nope. I'm gonna cheat because I don't remember which one it was. Shh. I'll just cheatly paint over. Yeah, I still think Sims lacks a bit of especially fantasy-wise. I'm not quite sure why they like it, but they just do. Just for me, they seem to be a bit afraid of it, I guess. But then you have those that will come in and tell that this is a life sim and we don't want fantasy. Then you have people like me who's like, yeah, well, I want fantasy. I love fantasy. I'm a fantasy person. Let's see and think. I like this stone. You are my sunshine. That's why we like it. Exactly. But that's the thing though. I mean, a lot of the sim community is based on you have to have everything. It doesn't matter if you like it or not, you just buy it anyway. Which I don't understand at all. I don't think I will ever understand that part of The Sims. Because if you don't like something, why do you buy it? All you're telling EA and The Sims is, you will whine about it, you will complain about it, and then you will go spend your money on us, and we don't have to care. At all. Exactly, I mean, I don't mind. The next pack that's probably... It's been teased now, so it's gonna be a wedding pack. I have about zero need for that. Zero. Absolute none. But I know a lot of people have been waiting for it. I know a lot of people who are really looking forward to it. And that's fine. My main reason to buy packs in general lately has been because people I use the builds from, that you build houses. I don't really build houses. I try sometimes, but I prefer like this, like more like decorating an area for specific screenshots and stuff like that. The people who build stuff, they always kind of get all of the packs and they put it into their awesome houses. So I tend to get stuff on sale. I do not really pay full price for anything anymore. And mostly that's because I don't feel it's worth it. Oh, you are a really huge ass tree compared to all the other trees. I don't feel like giving Sims my money is worth it anymore. Not full price. I think it's much too expensive, and especially with them adding kits. I know they said that, oh yeah, kits won't affect what we do with the rest of the game. But come on. We all know that's not right. It already has affected what they do with the rest of the game. It's kind of like, we know it already has affected it because we haven't seen a stuff pack. We didn't get a second expansion pack. I do realize COVID has something to say here too, but still, stuff packs have been gone since kits came out. Not even heard about them. They're like poof. Of course, because you get 3 times as much for the price. So I get the point behind it, but yeah. And they said it wasn't gonna affect anything else, but we only got kits. After cottage living, we got kits. Nothing more. Nothing. None. No. Not a single itty bitty little thing. Ooh. That was pretty. Doesn't really fit what I'm working with, but that was pretty. That looked like a wedding area stuff. Yeah, I know, right? So the fact that they went out and said, oh, it won't affect blah blah blah, and it kind of clearly has already. Be honest, right? Just say it as it is. This is going to be what we want to do going forward. Because money-wise, it makes sense that if you buy something for that kind of money, why would we make something bigger and better for less money? It makes no sense business-wise. And EA is a business. So I fully understand why they do what they do, and so on and so on. But yeah. Honestly, I know. EA is shitty business. Yes. I tend to be honest with how I feel about it. I mean, I have have a lot. I have all the packs. I have all the expansion packs. I have all the game packs. One I didn't buy, I got it from a friend. That's the Star Wars one. Because I didn't want to buy it. I have all the stuff packs, although several of them I have actually won on Twitter giveaways. I always try because free is free. And I have exactly 3 kits. All of them are build and buy kits. Again, because the builders I love creations of are using them. So for me, that makes it worth it. I still think kits are overpriced, but okay. It also means I haven't had to buy a single of the cast ones, because I don't like any of them. And the one that they have, the vacuum one, I just skipped completely because I hate vacuuming. I do not need vacuum and dust in my Sims. Seriously. That's just no thank you. But yeah, I tend to be honest with my games. And I do love Sims, but I do not love where they're taking it. And I can see what they're doing, or I can imagine what they're doing. Oh, it's very buggy, Angoulême. Just keep that in mind. I don't know if they fixed a lot of the bugs, but at least it was extremely annoying from what I gathered for most. Small Ghosties. The Ghosties is a stuff pack, isn't it? This paranormal one? I think it's the paranormal pack, yeah. Yeah, the paranormal thing. I actually like that pack, not only for... Brain, please work. I'm sorry. Not only for the build and buy, but it has, well, actually mostly for the build and buy. It has so many nice items, so many nice build and buy items. That is really, really, really nice. It's a worthy pack, and it also has decent gameplay. I'll give it decent. Cottage Living is the last expansion pack. I think it's an expansion pack. That actually surprised me positively. I didn't have much hopes for it. I was a bit disappointed with it. I was hoping for, as you can see, these aren't real horses. Horses for my game. And when work on art, I'll take that as a huge compliment, to be honest. But yeah, when Cottage Living came out without horses, it only has llamas, chickens, and cows in these kind of sheds that you see here. I was kinda angry with them, because horses has been a dream to have in Sims 4 since Sims 4 came out. So that really, 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 really annoyed me that they didn't add it. Yeah, art takes a lot of time. And du kommer ikke ut, mus. He's tapping the window. He hates out, so he's just being silly. All art takes a lot of time. Let's think for a second or two. Moments of Norwegian. Yeah, you get that, because, I mean, which is really stupid. The cat's deaf. So why on earth I talk to him? I don't know. But I do. I apologize. And when I talk to him, I automatically switch to Norwegian. I apologize again. I'm sorry. It also doesn't help that I'm pretty much on the strongest painkillers I have. which kind of makes the brain a little extra slow in trying to autocorrect what it's saying. If he watches me, he can understand. He reads my face. He instantly sees if I'm angry, or if I'm happy, or if I'm sad. He knows. He can see that on you. But of course, he was sitting with his face turned outside, so me talking to him doesn't really do anything for him. The poor thing. That's why I had to go get him. I could shout from here to the moon and he would never come. Not that most cats do, but he might be the type that would have come if I shouted for it in hopes for candy. So I had to go get him instead, because that's how we do it. Let's see. I'm still thinking. I want some more cats, speaking of cats, in here. And yeah, multilingualism, that doesn't hurt, I know. I agree. I wonder what he's doing. He's trying to open a door. The sounds of a cat trying to open the door with the paw, like, ding ding ding. The door is locked, so we cannot get that phone open, I think. I might be wrong. Fixed Bramblewood. No, not exactly. What do you look like? Yeah, unhappy cat, couldn't get in. Meow. Now angry cat because he couldn't get in. How rude. Let's see, I was thinking... He's complaining. There's no point in me talking back to him, so he's just gonna sit there and complain on his own. Yes. There's a tiny small seating area. I know, it's just funny. Meow, 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 meow. Like, yeah. I really cannot help you, kitty, because I'm here and you can't hear me. Stupid tree. Very in memory. Sympathy there. Find some cat. Because I want there to be cats just randomly wandering around this place. We have some decent deco cats. Let's have a boss cat right here. But very close. His eyes are sadly both blue, while Bosscat has one blue and one yellow. But it's close to Bosscat. It almost looks like Bosscat. I mean, it's a nice place. It has the fact that it has some animals is something I like. I was also thinking of kind of having some more wood animals wandering in here. Let's see, I think I have a few. I wonder if I do this, if they come up under deco. Deco. Let's see, we have a lot of deco sims. I think some of my pet ones will show up too. Grab a snack and get creeped up. You're feeling inspired. Yay! Inspired! We like inspiring. We will take inspired. My purchase is on its way. How? Let's see, deco sims. Do I have my... Well, there is what I was looking for, but not quite in that fashion. Here you have more cats. Different type of kitties. These are actually really, really cool. Look. Ah, it has clothing. I like it. This is a bossy boss cat. This is an inquisitive one. Aww. With a nice bow tie and everything. That is the mayor, I believe. I would kind of like to have a little bit of wildlife in there if I can find mine. I found some owls earlier. We'll have to see. I think a lot is called deco because it's decoration, so yeah, you can have a Dalmatian. Or a rabbit. A rabbit. If I want a rabbit, I can... Meow? Hi? Cat wants attention. The other person in the house left him to go for a walk, and it is horrible. So he complains. As the silly cat he is, he complains. Here you go. Then he goes and looks around, and he comes back and he complains. Let's see, there, maybe. Ooh, ow. Dog. The dog watches the horses. Maybe the dog is here with the painter. I think the dog is there with the painter. But we will get the rest of the CC4 later. Because I know it's a big collab and I only got some of it because I wanted to see how it looked like, and it will be perfect for this place. Let's see, maybe I should search for dare instead. That's another doggy. Pumpkin, that's not... Oh, that's a dare head. Div dogs. Meow to you too. Okay, let's try deer. There's my dragon eggs. See? Meow. Unhappy cat. Does not approve. We can add a bike. Couple of bikes. Let's see. There, not bikes, deer. Okay, we did not find them. Where are they hiding? Those are cats. Maybe they're... Pretty sure they are in sculptures. We're gonna... Oh, okay. I see what I did. Let's try and fix it. there and press there. that should help, hopefully. Yeah, look, at least now we're on. Yes, because I was thinking in the back, hiding a little in the forest area here, ignoring the cats and everything. We could have these. I thought I had one lying on too, but I don't seem to have it. That's more like a Christmas one. Then you have these two hiding in the background. Or these three. Like a very flowery area underneath the bush. The bush. Let's see, let's think. If we do this, it'll go there. I think they would mostly go under sculptures, and we'll see if we can find... Owl should probably sit in a tree though. Just want to see if I can find them again. I found them earlier when I wasn't looking for them, which is quite difficult. You tend to find what you're not looking for. Let's now occupy the window. Maybe I should like get a second cat camera. For when he sits there and looks out, it would be nice. But no. That will have to happen if I win the lottery or this dream randomly takes off into weird direction. Hiding bear? Aww. It looks a bit wonky, but I'm just gonna try something for a bit of fun. Like, will you actually notice it? Let's see. This is just to check how it looks when you get into live mode. Open. We need some. That is so cute. We need a bit of like random foliage in here, I think. Still looking for. There's my owl. It's a barn owl. Wonder if it might work on. Let's see. No. Thinking maybe it could sit right there, right? I mean, that's not a completely, utterly, and it's for the build lag. Come on, game. I'll press save afterwards if you just come back. So let's save, because the build lag in this game is not the best. But let's just be honest, it's quite horrible. That was one owl. It wasn't exactly the owl I was looking for, but hey. It was a owl. Or an owl. An owl. Did they come too high? I think they might have. Or not. They seem fine. No, they're a little high. No, that was the wrong button. That's a little low though. Might have to go fix these guys with where are they? Yeah, there they are. I'll go into live mode later when I'm done, and I'll fix all of the things that are floating. Those will be fixed by tool, so I can lower them appropriately down. But for now they will just have to be like that. Back to what we were looking for, we found some crows. I mean, it's just reindeers doesn't quite fit this build. Sad but true. I would kind of want them to fit. And again, I mean, reindeer has to have somewhere to stay when it's not Christmas. This looks like a decent place to stay to me. He doesn't, although he's very, very cute. We'll just hide him, like, peeking out there. Wrong button. My cat's wondering what the hell? Why are they running? Det är mycket in här. He's like, are they coming into my place? And I'm just like, no, they're not. Yeah, like a family of deer. Wish I had the lying down one, but I do not seem to. Ooh, chinchilla. That was something else. And you have this little herd of that was the wrong button. Yes. Just don't know if these guys fit together or not. We'll see. I'll think about it for a little while. There's just so many more of these. So I might keep them and put these guys elsewhere maybe. And the little polar bear in the background is just like, hi. And it's horses. Actually, it's bridles for the horses, but yeah. Horses. How do we get it onto a tree when I really cannot see anything? because of all of the things, it's hard to see the branches. I don't really know if they have thick enough branches for this owl to sit on. It could of course sit here. Maybe that's better. It's probably gonna be a little bit too low, isn't it? Yep, just a little bit. If I do 9, will it be too high? No, I don't think so. It's a little bit too high, but that's again fixable in live mode. Live mode. The mode nobody can agree on how to say. This is so weird though, because no matter how hard you try, it will look weird from some angle. There, it's just gonna have to stay there. We're getting there, slow and steady. We've hidden like an owl there. There's an owl on top there. I'm thinking I'm gonna take these little pretties. Kinda sneakily put them like back here. These guys are kind of used to humans being around, kind of feel. So they're not too spooked. I mean, the other ones are Santa's reindeers, they're very used to people. But then I can move. You have them in the background here. Okay, and then I want some trees in, just so it doesn't look so exceptionally open. But we want smaller trees because they're living among the higher trees. So we need them to be slightly smaller. I thought I had some here. Let's see if I can find them again. It's more like these. These are like the baby trees. That's not a baby tree. That are like growing up. That haven't become big trees yet, but they're kind of living in the shadow of the bigger trees. You see that quite often when you're out in the woods, at least here. You have the really, really tall trees, and you have the tiny trees that grow in between. They're just waiting for their little moment to shine. Starting to look better. Still think we can have a few extra in the back. I think that one is too big. Yeah. That's also a weird thing, because I don't understand why some of these trees are like huge, while others are much, much smaller. What I did notice a lot with these like slightly smaller trees is that they are often a bit more clumped together, because all the seeds happen to happen in the same place. So not all of them are going to literally branch out and become big. A lot of them will end up being much, much smaller than their bigger counterparts. So some of them will eventually grow really big, and the rest won't. I'm kind of trying to mimic that here. You can even shrink a couple. Like they're the newest generation, so they're even smaller. And haven't really stretched their little feet yet. Oop, that was the wrong button. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Let's see how it feels. Yep, starting to feel like a little forest with a cat guarding Santa's reindeers. I like it. I kind of like it. I admit it. Okay, what do we do with this part? I'm kind of not wanting to have too many rocks all the way around. Although it's also kind of nice. We'll try. I'll try. I'll see how it becomes. Blob. Okay, voila. We're not gonna have it that big, to be honest. We're gonna shrink it. And we can add more of the grass. The grass will help hide the fact that it's not really level. Rocks don't really float. Sad but true. Oh, that is huge. There's some really, really, really big rocks in this game. This is what I used to do when we didn't have the pond tool, and you just used the good old large boulder. Kind of wrong in color. You become like that. Me. You used a pool, and you'd always stack stones around because that hid the pool tree. Basically. So we're kind of doing the same, just with the pond now. Okay. I still tend to like how it ends up looking. Even if it's not as needed anymore. Let me just go grab this grass. Okay, stay. Doesn't always work. Would have needed like a rounded one, but we don't. So you kind of make do with what you do have. So then you have like a framed area for your little water pond tool thingy. There's some lights over there in the trees. We have friends here and a tiny friend in the back. We have a little area for your Valentine's date. Pretty good. Pretty good. And the only area I haven't... This I will need to download more CC for, because I know there's more. The Ghibli CC, so we'll have like a little painter's corner. And I haven't quite figured out what to do with this part yet. If it needs to have something, I'm not sure, because we can peek. Have a little peek-see. See if you find something that fits. If Build wants to swap windows again, that is. Come on. There you go. That's safety save, as they say. Meow. Gave my cat candy earlier, or, well, kitty candy. He wants more. No, there's no more. Not right now. There you go. He got cuddles instead. Not sure if it was what he wanted. I'll just go show all. Just kind of needs to be something here. Not exactly bed. Oh yeah. Let's see. Bunny? Is it a bunny? I wanted to add bunnies to the world, but I don't remember what it's called. The log you have with bunnies. Maybe it's just a log. Like the log that births bunnies. I wonder what is the name of that thing? Maybe it's here somewhere and I just haven't eaten it. Wouldn't be new. So I'm sure it's a log. Oh, nope. That's not it. It's a wood planter. It's a wedding art tree. It's also not CC, so I should look at my CC. Search by pack. So not there. Let's go here. I mean, this has to be the place we can find it. At least I hope so. There it is. People like to have little rabbits running around, right? Because that gives us rabbits running around our little lot. It's good. Didn't really saw the bug I was looking for here. I'm just curious. They do fix that bug, because it's kind of annoying. They have at least acknowledged it being a them problem, literally. Whenever you do big stuff in build and buy, it kind of lags. Yes. See if it manages to snap out of it. Okay, we'll save. We'll take that save. We know we kind of need to save. Saving is good for us. And then we're back to thinking here. We'll go with just check out decorations first. what could fit here? Maybe just like a seated area to look out over the water? Maybe? Fantasy arc. Wire light rope. I was thinking maybe putting that. Did we have to put that down? It looks very strange though, because it ends up all the way out here. So no, not that. I think maybe that's the better idea. Outdoors, thank you. Butterfly bench doesn't fit. I can see that. Neither does that one. Didn't think it would. What could be cool though is if, let's see, where is it? To kind of make a very soft seated place. And find 2 trees to match it. Maybe a little bit too much foliage. Need to turn this 3. How come these 2 trees hit differently? I think we found it. Yep. So then you have like a hanging area. We have even more trees in the way of everything. Okay though. script fail? Really? It worked earlier. Those are like vines. Oh no. Yeah, that's not nice. Do a little bit of different colors. To break it up a little. And then we wait a little, because we know how this goes. Oh, that was actually fast. Maybe I should complain about it more often. So I'm thinking just like adding cats standing on rocks and being typical kitties. If I can find them again. Oh, there's the lying one. I looked for that one earlier and I did not find it. We can't really see much of it, but that's part of the point. Oh yeah, I downloaded these. It's also from World of Warcraft. Hunter statues. Jesus. They're quite cool. I like it. Of course, generally I will take all the fantasy I can get my grubby little hands on. Your baby cat. Ooh, fish dragon thing? Brrr, apparently. Said before, I have a lot of deco I've like never used, so I'm kinda looking through them dog-leash. When I do this, I tend to end up wondering what is that, and then I take it out just to look at it, and I realize what build is from. It's like, oh. I know it's a wedding bouquet, but kinda makes sense to have one lying here. Red roses for Valentine's, right? Barrel plant. Cats, where are you? Where be me kitties? Oh yeah, that's another one. The Amaterasu wolf. Or the Okami. Also from Terra, I think. Yeah, Terra. So that's the reason why I want to learn to try and get stuff out of Final Fantasy X. No, sorry, 14. It would be so fun. Cats, where are you? Cat statues. You should be near somewhere. We've seen you before. We know you exist. Maybe cheat. What's it called? Deco pet cat. Okay, so it should come up with Deco then. Just saves us a lot of looking. Cheekily enough. What? Oh yeah, I actually have peacock. Peacock. It's another kitty, but we're looking for the ones I found earlier, which were actually pretty neat. Another peacock. Yep. Apparently we have quite a few of them. Another one. Another dog. Maybe those came up when I searched for cat. They should come up for Deco as well. There they are. I was thinking like having one that's just walking, looking like it's on its way out, perhaps. This is what I want to test if I can manage. Where did you go? Will it do this for me? Come on, don't do this to me. This is tricky. So you can't really see it until it gets up to a certain point. It gets just lost. There it is. Now it's too high, I think. Yeah, it's too high. And then suddenly you can't see it anymore. Can we sneakily hold it there? Yes, yes, we can. And with that, we suddenly have a cat sleeping on a rock. Oh well, just watching the world from top of a rock. Which I quite like. Although you can see it's floating slightly, so we'll go in before I quit for now. I will stream later today, but then it will be fast move. So we're just gonna add in a couple of more keys. I think what I will do is I still need to fix this side, but for that like I said, I need some extra stuff. What we'll do is we'll save, and I'll go in with a sim, and then use tool to tweak the last few tweaks of things that are floating, like these two guys, and the cat, which you can see, and the owl, which are like really floating. You cannot fix it. I cannot fix it otherwise. Let's see, are you floating? I don't think you were floating. I think you were pretty... Nope, you're good. Hello. Just gonna all the time. So when they pop out and jump ahead and go places I don't really want them to, I bring them back. Which is extremely cool. One more, apparently. Being over careful. It's picky work, that I admit, but it's better than having to go in and get them all up again, try and fix them. And now our crows are almost up. There we go. And no longer floating, and then we can go over to you and do the same. Minus 0.0. Let's see what that does. There's one more. Minus 0.0 again. How are we? I think we're down. Yeah, we're down. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, we had the cat in the corner here, which is kind of high. But they don't need to be done much with. I think it's minus 1.2. I think it's no more than that. Because if I do more than that, it will... You can see, well, it needs a little bit more. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, now it's actually lying on stuff, not floating above stuff. Okay, that's that one. We've done those two. I'm sure I said there was 3 things, and now I don't remember. 1, 2, 3. Maybe that was the 3 things. And this one isn't done yet. Did it just swirl? Or is my head just at that? What do you think? It's just at that. So what we will do for just the finishing little test. What time is it? It's AM. So I would like it to get to PM. Then you'll see. I still think I need to put something here. But I can do that on my next trip in after I gotten the CC I want. And these are... I've been married for ages. Ages and ages. Mr. Dragon and Mr. Reaper. But I guess we can do some preliminary pictures since we're not fully done. Just taking some pictures to show off. That is you can see that's not done. How about you? Do you need a bit of tweaking? Yes, you do. You need a few, whoops. Yeah, you need a little bit of tweaking. There you go. Now you're actually on the rock, not hovering above the rock. So just add this thing, because I really do love this rock. You're my sunshine. Just show off this side, then we'll do a pose. Yeah, found some new poses. The cat is guarding Santa's reindeer. That's what they're doing. To use poses though, I have a lot of them. I admit it, it's an addiction. Let's just grab somebody at the lake for simpleness. You have a teleporter. You don't have to use them. You can use goblins. No, I'm sorry, not goblins. Gnomes. And you can also just have one of your sims go to that point if you have MC Command Center, which I do have. Let's have them stand like this, I think. Just put them on top of each other. And then you can teleport your sims in. I do like that we're kind of cheating a little with the fact that the area there is so pretty. But apart from the fact that the ground is very different, it's still very, very nice. And then you just teleport the 2 sims you want, or more if you want more, of course. And you choose your pose. I think I got some new ones this morning. If I want to do this, though, I will have to grab some stuff. I wasn't really planning on using them. But I could show that off, I guess. I don't mind, I can do that. Then I will just have to post them again. Because this will mean that I have to do this. This is MC Command Center. So I can modify them, and I will have to add balloons and a teddy bear. I think too. We'll need to figure out why my cast background is not working. Laziness for the win. Does he need the balloons? I don't remember. Let me check. I'll just double check if he needs to hold balloons at some point. Because my mind isn't remembering what I just looked at. Just impressive. Luckily, there aren't that many. Although you should think it, there aren't that many Valentine's poses out there. Not directly Valentine's poses, so it doesn't take me that long to scroll through the ones that there are. There they are. Yeah, he needs to hold both at some point. They both need to have both the teddy bear and the balloons. Alright, then we know. That's what I wanted to know. So, let's see if we can find them. I'm pretty sure the teddy bear is in hats. Don't ask, don't know why. People have an affinity for putting things in hat section. For somebody who uses horns on their sim, that has been a perpetual problem. Should change these later. Teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear. There you are, that one. See? Makes no sense. But it's what it is. And I wasn't gonna do it on his main look. Dumb bum. Go away. This is like extra looks for your sims. You can have your teddy bear on this look instead. That means I can swap between them while posing. You need that one. And we need the last one where you actually have both balloons and, well, I think balloons on the other hand are here. I think. So you can see this is like all the accessories and fancy stuff you see some sims with. This is what you do. You download an accessory that they use. Balloons, where are my balloons? Eventually you have too much of it. And then you clear it all out and you start over and you have too much of it again. I think they're here at least. Might be wrong. Well, we'll double check the poses thing. Let's see where the balloons accessory. Bracelet category. Okay. That's at least a good trick. Take away masculine, because for some odd reason they often tag it with one and forget to tag it. There they are. Of course, they need to be red, right? Happy score says they're red. Can be pink. Let them be pink. We'll let them be pink. But now he has one with just a toy and one with both. Does he need both? I tend to double check. More like, does he need one where he doesn't hold? Where he only holds one? Yeah, he does. Dang it! I'm gonna have to remove your guitar for a bit there, my friend. I can only have 5. We'll do this, and then we'll add one where he just has set balloons. Also, the balloons are hard to see, because as you notice, they're just strings. You just see kind of the strings inside the hand. And I think they're actually tagged as not masculine. It is weird because the pose itself has a man giving it to a woman. There we go, there they are. And we want the pink. Then of course we have to do the same to the receiver. Wait, I forgot. We'll take away his tears, poor dude. Boom. And he needs... I think he needs one where he holds just the puppy and one where he holds both. Again. Pretty much sure you have a lot of books you're normally holding, right? Maybe they don't have anything on you right now. Oh, that's good. But you're gonna get it now. His horns were a problem before, but thanks to a friend I found out how to make his horns part of his skin. It still might glitch a little, we'll see. Yeah, no, that's it. That one's actually one of the few things that are fine. So he needs one... or yeah, just a teddy. And then he needs one with balloons and teddy. I'll grab the teddy again. And hope he doesn't bug up the balloons. It's a thing. I've struggled with that ever since I started with let's see, is it actually locked to female? Or am I just blind? Because I can't see it. Oh, it's female. I mean, I've been known to be blind before, so it looks pretty. There they are. Did they color off? Did the horns bother them? No, actually, I don't think so. Maybe that one string there. No, it colored on his horns. Well, he's just gonna have to have... So this is the problem with this type of CC. As you can see, it affects his horns. Which I really cannot do anything about, so he's just gonna have to have, for the occasion, special colored horns. I don't think changing color on the balloons will help. See, then it affects the balloons instead, see? This is really weird. I was sure I used this last year and did not notice the horn, but then he didn't... Oh yeah, his horns were different last year. They worked with everything else. Well, you're gonna have to have pink horns for the fun of it, I guess. He looks weird without his horns, so what happens if we do this? I wonder though. Yeah, some affect his horns And on others, the horns affect. But it's kind of cool that his horns changed with him. But he can have valentine horns. we'll live with it. Anything that has the same, I don't know what it is that's the same, but there's something they share. So when you use it on both, it just goes boop. Now we can cheat a little. Do this. This is Master Command Center again. We'll use its teleport function to just teleport him to it. Then we can go find that post set and we can just do that one before I end it. If I can find it again. I think it's under holiday. There it is. Four, 5, 6. This is basically how you set up poses. If anyone's ever wondered. Probably not, but you never know. And then of course you choose female for your other sim. Did I miss one on the other two? Nope. Now we'll see if they want to be nice. But we can do that because I would like them, of course, to stand. First of all, we need... This is also cheaty. This is the one thing I really don't like, is that if you have too many poses in their queue, they won't allow you to do stuff. So you have to take away a couple and then bring them back in. I've never liked that, but yeah. Especially since here you want to use... That's the wrong one, apparently. I'll just bring them back afterwards. This is again where we use tool. And again, he's actually waiting, so I guess it's quite right. He's just standing there with a tree with a teddy bear and a cat walking through his feet. And I also play with the reshade on, if anyone was wondering. Yes, I do. It's cute though. They're being watched. And then I think it's away with you and away with you. I don't think they're swapping. Oh, they're not swapping yet. This is kind of my hobby when I play this game, is just doing this. Not much building, honestly, but taking ridiculous amounts of screenshots of my favorite sims. That is very much me in a nutshell. And this happens a lot. I don't want to talk on the phone. No. Sorry, Arlene. And now you see we've swapped, right? So he should now have the teddy bear. This is where you set this up in advance. And he should only have the balloon. And then I think I can give him back his last best poses. I took away 2. So it should be 6 and 7. You can also do... Now we can be a bit sneaky and just move the cat there. Just so it's not in their feet. And that is what tool mod is extremely handy with. It's like, ooh, balloons. Of course, we all know his horns will change. When he takes the balloons, his horns go pink. So we can just say it's romantic, right? We'll say it's romantic. Although it looks like he's gonna eat him there. That's also because these aren't female male, it's which is this pose is created for. They're male, both of them, so it becomes a little wonky sometimes, and that's fine. And if I remember it correctly now, we need to give him pink horns. Yep. Because now you see that it looks weird. So now he's taken the balloons. But this is why I always do this first. So that they have their accessories. I'm not the biggest fan of accessories in poses because of this, but yeah. And of course he managed to bug out, didn't he? Yeah. He still has a teddy bear on his other hand. And this one, we shouldn't have it. We'll cheat. We'll have him look a little bit extra fancy. And of course his horns turned pink. White and pink. That's a dragon's prerogative there. He's a happy dragon. He's always a happy dragon. Well, almost always. He's generally a very happy dragon. So there you go. That's how we do that. And because I'm a forgetful person, I always try and go in and just take everything off. Because it's so easy to forget. And I changed you into that look because we put this on. The first one was hat. No, come on. Don't. That's also a bug in the game. It goes into super close mode, which it shouldn't, but it does anyway. You can go away, and you go away. Of course you have to do that. Now where is it? Where is it hiding? Ooh, flowers. Okay, I'm blind. Shark. It's also known as cheating, but sometimes it's just easier. But when you know you're keeping them in the same hand, it's just much easier. Yeah, at least the teddy bear, I think, was the one that got bugged last time. Because I made his horns be part of... with a bit of help. I made a lot of the occult CCs here. The dragon tails, the wings, horns. Either there or vampire mouth, where it's just where these guys are. There we go. But with that, I am going to end the stream. At least I think I will probably stream Phasmophobia later today with friends. We normally play Phasmo on Sunday. So there might be 2 streams today. It's not too bad, right? Let's see if anyone I know is online. No, not really. So since I don't have anyone knowing online. Yes, we will be playing ghost hunting later. I'm gonna have to leave you, CK. I'm sorry. You can come join us for ghost hunting later. See if we find some nice ghosties. But yeah, thank you for keeping me company while I was trying to do some sim stuff. A little bit of building, a little bit of fixing. And until next time, take care and have a great day. And I'll see you later. Bye bye.